Se aude? Da, doamnelor și domnilor, apreciem prezența celor 8 persoane în sală. În pofida acestui.
We very much appreciate the presence of 8 persons in the room. We have a panel here of professional, of experts. We will speak today about the potential of wind energy in the Black Sea coast, on the Black Sea, on offshore. So we will speak about offshore wind energy as a potential solution in terms of strengthening the energy transition, especially having regard to all the crises going on, and I mean here the Ukraine war, Iran war, security crisis at collective level, and also we can also speak about crisis at NATO level, economic crisis at the level of the European Union, all of them impacting the energy. So we will look at offshore wind energy as a potential solution to cope with all these conditions. I would like to ask participants in this panel to try to explain to us how they see the role of wind energy in the Black Sea region as a factor to increase resilience. How they see a potential framework for cooperation of neighboring countries to develop such projects. How can offshore energy contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine, and also having regard to the Danube corridor? How can offshore wind energy and attached to it the hydrogen production contribute to strengthening energy resilience at the level of, in Central Europe? I will start with Mr. Loran Antal, President of Industry, Commerce and Service Commission in the Romanian Parliament. I would like to apologize on his behalf because at some point he will have to leave as he has a very urgent meeting. Hello, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I'm glad I have the opportunity to participate again in this series of events under the umbrella of the Security Forum. I would like to speak a little bit about hydrogen. You have mentioned the possibility of to produce hydrogen if we manage to make to have these wind energy farms operational. We have to be very realistic today. In order to be able to be realistic or to realize that we have just that we woke up from a dream and we had to become realistic, we have to go a little bit back in time to the point in time where discussions started about the so-called Green Deal, and the first measures, regulations, directives started to emerge. That was the point in time where a hydrogen revolution also started, if you remember. And those pioneers in the field were saying that in 5, 6, 7 years, all Europe, except the fact that we will all only consume green energy, all over the place, all over, we will also consume hydrogen. In favor of these pioneers, there were lots of experts who tried to convince us that hydrogen is actually new black, the new wave meant to save Europe from an energetic point of view. And the whole European Commission started to develop program strategies meant to deal with this European concern with hydrogen production. What we also have to clarify to say that long before the hydrogen revolution, as mentioned, in Romania, in the petrochemical industry, Romania used to produce hydrogen for industrial use. And of course, hydrogen is or was and has been a very important element for the industry. After this hydrogen revolution has passed by, there are several voices in the European Union who realized that those pioneers in terms of hydrogen were not right. And instead, it is more important to focus on the importance of hydrogen in the industrial area rather than focus on hydrogen in other terms for other uses. So this is what we can say today. There is a sort of awakening from this point of view, and they realize that hydrogen should be used rather for projects that are meant for industrial use. I don't want to go into any details concerning costs, if it is produced with green energy, and so on and so forth. But I am now going into the second part of the problem you raised. If Romania has the potential to produce wind energy, and how we deal with this Romanian potential. From a legislative point of view, I would like to say that Romania, after its accession to the European Union, it automatically undertook some responsibilities concerning energy transition. We closed 6,000 megawatt energy production capabilities based on coal. We have not replaced it with anything. But at the same time, at legislative level, we came up with two pieces of legislation. The hydrogen legislation, which entered into force in 2023. So if in Romania they really want to do something with hydrogen or in favor of hydrogen production, again, more for industrial use, if yes, we have the legal framework valid or in force starting 2023. And the second piece of legislation is the offshore wind legislation or law. I was a co-initiator of this act, of this piece of legislation. So Romania has the hydrogen law and the offshore wind legislation. So if there are investors who want to invest in the Black Sea region, they can come and do it because we do have the legal framework. I don't want to speak too much here. Now, in 2026, lots of forecasts or perspectives presented 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago in the European Union So most of those forecasts or perspectives have not come true, have not been employed. And in terms of hydrogen, there have been mature hydrogen projects which, however, were not put into practice. However, there are projects that will be funded by the European Union, but by far we are not there as the European Union forecasted 10 years ago, so to say, let's say. So the energy field is very important. We need solutions to produce cheaper energy. Without cheaper energy or without a competitive price, we will have to close down industries. And I have mentioned this example, BASF, this milestone of petrochemical industry. This company had to close production because of energy price. And this is an example I have given in many conferences. So we have to find a way and to rethink our energy strategies. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will now switch into English.
Remarks. Indeed, there is a legal framework in place concerning the development of offshore wind. There is a legal framework in place for the development of hydrogen projects, but still we do not see long queues of investors approaching these type of projects. Now, probably people will wait for because let's admit it, the Black Sea area is a geopolitical tense area. We have the Russian fleet sailing around, including in our exclusive economic zone. We have mines, we have water drones, so it's a pretty tense geopolitical area. A2AD. I will not go into further details, but probably people will wait for the Neptune Deep project to kickstart, and if everything runs smoothly, hopefully investors in the offshore wind sector will also come. I will now give the floor to Mr. Christian Egenhofer, who is a senior fellow of the Florence School of Transnational Governance in Florence and the European University Institute in Germany. He's also a very close friend of Romania and collaborator of the Energy Policy Group, which is a Romanian prime energy think tank. Christian, as you listen to the senator, there is a legal framework in place in Romania. We are ready to promote investments in the Black Sea offshore wind sector, but still I have the feeling that something is missing. What can you please share with us from the success of offshore wind projects that have been developed in the Northern Sea, in the Baltic area? What do you think is missing here? What can we do to stimulate investments? Please.
Thank you. You know, the success story of the North Sea may look a little bit different in a few years' time, but what we are really missing is demand. We're missing demand for electricity, for low carbon, and all the rest of it. But let me just sort of also replicate what the senator said. We need to be realistic, and many of the numbers on hydrogen, actually most of them, have not been realistic. There were lots of studies saying it won't work, the prices are not okay. and the German auctions for green hydrogen revealed an equivalent of a carbon price of 1,000. How can you have demand there? So, you know, Senator, if I may just provoke you a bit, you know, where have you been in when these discussions were? You know, where have the Romanians been saying, hey, look, the numbers don't add up? And I think everybody was jumping and saying, yeah, look, the hydrogen is the new gas. No, it's not. It's not. But let me maybe also add on, you know, the Green Deal is, of course, as not the solution to Europe's issues, economic issues, but it's also not the problem, or certainly not the only problem. Read the Draghi report. It tells you it's really macroeconomic, and we're not doing there well. Now, of course, offshore wind is a key source for Europe. Certainly North Sea is the hub, and to replace the nuclear is partly closed, that the North Sea offshore will be an important part. There is significant potential in Romania. You know, the World Bank speaks of 7 gigawatt capacity. I don't know whether this is true, but 4 to 5, according our analysis of the energy policy group, with a good load factor of 40%. That's reasonable. If you go down to 30% load factor, the economics fall flat. They have even more in the better potential in Bulgaria. Build the cable. How likely is that? But that would be a good solution to bring energy prices down. Whether this is politically feasible, I don't know. Now, 4 to 5 gigawatt, the peak load of Romania currently is 9 to 9.5 gigawatt. It may go up to 10.5, let's hope. Now, if you then look at, you have offshore wind, nuclear, solar, hydro, and gas as a transition, you know, you're okay. It's quite good, and also the prices should be reasonably, especially if you interconnect better with the rest. Now, what does it leave with hydrogen? If you look at where would the demand for hydrogen be? You mentioned industry. Now, if you look what happens in steel would be the first one. Steel, and you would think about chemicals, the feedstock. In the chemicals industry, half of the emissions are from the feedstock, and that could be electrified via hydrogen route. But if you look at steel, what's happening currently in Central and Eastern Europe, the heavy energy-intensive stuff, the primary energy production, sponge iron, the green electrified steel is farmed out to Australia, Canada, and places where there is lower energy prices. The rest of the value chain can be maintained, but that is probably a very rational solution by industry, but it does not really kill the industry. But if you're trying to produce domestically with high energy prices, Europe is energy short. It will always be energy short, and we will have high prices compared to Australia, Canada, you name it. Now, the first Alpine ThyssenKrupp have gone this route, and I think others will go there. There will be some European steel, primary steel, for being part of the global supply chains, but a big part will go out. Chemicals, again, if you electrify chemicals, it costs money. Probably, to some extent, it will happen, but we will have to see. Now, if you invest in energy-intensive industries, if you look at the European landscape, the highest cost region is Northwest Europe, and Italy. That's probably not going to attract a lot of new investment. When you go there, you see Spain has low energy prices, 40, 45, 50. So the question is, why is that not replicated in this region? Again, a question to you. It's a long term. We have low energy prices in the Nordics, 50 euro per megawatt hour. With 50 euros per megawatt hour, you're reasonably competitive, and there is really no question. The investment will go there. So the question will be, how can you come down there? So will there be demand for hydrogen? Some for steel, but Nordics, Iberian, chemicals, yes, industrial heat. you can electrify a lot. And keep in mind, if you go down the hydrogen route, you lose between 25 and 45% of your efficiency gain. So everything that can be electrified will be electrified. That's very clear, and that's the most efficient way of doing it, like it or not. I don't think it's probably, you know, good news, or I mean, maybe the gas people will not like it, but there will be electrification, and that's the most economic way. And I'll just give you one example, if you allow me. 15 years ago, Volvo buses have looked at what's the most efficient way, and they said we invest only in electrified buses, because the efficiency gains are so high. That makes sense in the longer term. Now, maybe on a positive note, let me finish, maybe if this was my job, you know, finish on a positive note, and a somewhat positive note in these very difficult times. And that's really, when you look at defense, this is about security. If you look at defense, we know that in the next 50, 60, perhaps up to 80 years, we need a lot of liquid fuels for our aircraft, for our tanks, for our battleships. At the moment, we're using petrol, I mean diesel and petrol, I mean liquid, yeah, crude. We are electrifying transport, and I'm convinced this is going to happen rather quicker than we think. So we would need to keep about 50 refineries in Europe just to keep the liquid fuel in case of war, or to be a deterrent. You know, if we are not seriously as a deterrent, you will be eaten up. So where do we can we keep 50 refineries in Europe? Probably not. So what's the way? The other way would be ESAF, you know, sustainable aviation fuel, producing via hydrogen. This needs a massive amount of electricity. So costs, inefficiencies, which I mentioned, won't matter, because defense, security is a matter of life and death. And so we will spend whatever will be needed. Not good for the younger generation because of pension and the rest of it, but it will be spent. So that's probably the biggest, you know, opportunity, if you want to put it that way. It's not so much opportunity, partly it's a threat. But there, I don't see any other solution. Happy to, if somebody else had a better solution than the one I was trying to sketch. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Much appreciated. You give us hopes. I will now turn to the true market players that we have in our panel, two I would like to call national champions. And let us have their feeling about the potential of offshore wind, how they see the impact of this resource on the market, on the consumer. Is it realistic to rely on such kind of investments? What would be the outcome? Mr. Andrei Safar, the country manager of Evrio Group, former ČEZ in Romania. Please.
Good morning. Thanks for invitation. Before I will go to the discussions on energy sector and the potential, there is one thing which I really feel the need to say is the most critical thing for Romania is fixing the public finances. Because if you are talking for any investments in Romania, every single foreign investor, every bank which is potentially financing investment in Romania is always comparing return and the investments on the project versus the least risky investment in Romania, and this is borrowing to the Romanian government. And in the moment Romanian government is borrowing on 7%, every single investment should bring higher returns than the 7%. And this is making Romania very expensive. It is making any investments, including the energy sector, less competitive to any other countries, and this is the most critical thing which Romania needs to fix, and this is the cost of the state debt. Otherwise, we will never be competitive with the others, with the other countries, because this is one thing which every investment needs to carry in its valuation is this big gap. So this is let's say before we go to any sector, before we talk about Black Sea. Then when I talk about the Black Sea wind and the potential of the Black Sea, there is definitely potential. But one thing which, and when we were looking at it, always was comparison between offshore and onshore wind. What is the, let's see, what is the high incremental increase of the wind potential offshore versus what you have in Dobroja onshore, whether this is really justifying the higher investments. And then the other thing is whether it is bringing you some easier permitting, let's say access to land and so on. And advantage and disadvantage in the same time of Romania. Advantage for Romania is that it's relatively easy to really permit onshore production compared to other European countries, because it's like on the EU level, there are a lot of discussions about issues with permitting. Romania is one of the countries where this is relatively quick permitting process. It has its issues, but compared to France, compared to other countries, it's significant. Germany, it's significantly better. So you have as well, you have the public perception of the renewables is positive. Again, compared to other countries, try to build any renewables in Czech Republic, and you will see it's nightmare because of the public perception. In Romania, you have really population is positive. You have people which are really willing to offer you the lands, their own lands for the rental, for the development. So this is something which is positive. But then, if you have to choose between onshore or offshore, then you need to really think whether it's really worth to go to the higher costs technology, and then you compare it that you will anyway end up in Dobroja with your power, so which is very congested area, and so you need to evacuate the power from there. So you have the same bottleneck with the higher investment cost. So this is something which, as an investor, you will always look at it, and you will compare those two things. And what is the key for the development of the offshore in other regions of Europe? It's those projects are like one of the key things for the investor. They are de-risked from the perspective of connection, from the perspective of geological studies and so on. So let's say you are coming to the project, which all those, let's say, risks are addressed by the authorities in the country. So it's far more, let's say, attractive for the investors, because every risk means additional costs every year, every risk as well. It's, let's say, attracting different type of investors. So I think like Romania, if I look at the offshore wind, it's more for the, let's say, higher risk takers type of investments or investors. It's more like for the developers in this moment rather than for the real investors of either utility or financial investors in this moment. So if we want to really use the potential, we need to look at it. We need to de-risk the investments. We need to make it in the way that it's like really straightforward for the investors, financial investors, industry investors to really make these things happen. Which means to bring the connection to the border of the perimeters, make the geo studies on the perimeters, give it in disposal, put the auctions in place, but make it easy, make it easy, and make it really as a competition on financial costs, competition on technology, but not the competition on who is willing to take a higher risk or who is, let's say, pricing the risk bit cheaper. So that would be one part of it. The other part of it, okay, what to do with the energy, because we have the wind in Dobroja and the wind in Black Sea. Okay, there might be the difference of half an hour, maybe 1 hour in the, let's say, the wind till the wind reach the shore. So you are producing exactly, so you are facing the same cannibalization with the same production. So for that you need to look at the batteries, but you need to look potentially, you need to look on hydrogen as one of the option. But I think hydrogen now is in the same phase as renewables were 20 years ago, where you couldn't make it without subsidy. So it's not economical on its own, and then it's really strategic decision for EU, for Romania, whether as it was decision back 20 years ago, to bet on renewables, to allocate large amount of public money, either to European funds or the national funds, to really support the technology. And I was, back in 2008, I was responsible for the wind farm in Romania. It was not feasible without massive subsidies. So we were getting, or we were doing valuation, getting its different, we did evaluation with 110 euro per megawatt subsidy. And that made it economical. If it would be on the energy price, it would not be feasible. It would never happen. And in the moment when we were finalizing back in 2012, that was the moment where globally there were first projects, renewable wind projects, which were economical without any subsidies. But that was after really globally huge amount of money of subsidies was going to the industry, and it helped the development. So that's where the hydrogen, I believe, is now, and we have no, still it's bet on technology. There is no guarantee that we can reach the point where it's going to be break even on the with the development. It might never be competitive. But what we as well see with the deployment of renewables, and we can see it year by year, the spread between the price of energy day versus evening, it's increasing every year. Summer versus winter as well, the spread of the energy is developing significantly year by year as the renewables are more and more deployed. And that's something which needs to be addressed. It can be addressed by classical power plant up to certain level. It can be addressed by hydro, by pumping stations and so on, but those are not cheap either. So then the question is, which of these technologies has the higher chance to be economical and as well to be accepted by the public? Because part of it is as well public acceptance, because pumping station might be nice technological solution, but we are not living in communism anymore, fortunately, where you could just build a pumping station in the middle of the protected area because you decided so. Now you need to have as well public acceptance of those investments. So although they might be maybe competitive, we might not be able to really build it. And I will stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Safar. Thank you very much. I will now move to Mr. Bogdan Bada, who is the CEO of Hydroelectrica, the national, I would call it the national renewable energy champion, a company that, despite the fact of being owned by the Romanian government, by the Romanian state, has managed to become, in a relatively short period of time, a successful player in the energy market, both on the production side and the retail side. And Hydroelectrica is also starting to get involved. Projects are actually undergoing in other types of renewable energy other than hydro. And I would like Mr. Bada also to have your view on the offshore wind potential, how you see its impact on the energy market. Please.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to discuss such a hot topic, because as you know, Hydroelectrica being a green electricity producer, of course, we are looking also to the investments in offshore wind. We expressed in the past the intention to involve in such projects, but on the other hand, we have so many unpleasant experiences with public policies and unpredictability from the political dissidents. Despite the fact that from the technical point of view, from the strategy of the company point of view, it could be a very interesting investment, what we need is a clear view from the government and a clear way in which the government will support such investments. And of course, you already speak into the panel about the risks that we have now to invest in offshore wind in Black Sea, having the Ukrainian war nearby. But let's imagine a scenario in which this war will end. So it will be peace in the area, and part of the risk that any investor had in such an investment will disappear. On the other hand, what we learned from the past is that at least in the last moment, Romania should understand that it isn't necessary to reinvent the wheel. We have clear policies in other countries to support such investments. We just have to analyze what other countries in the European Union did, what kind of policies generate results. And we can look to Germany, we can look to the Nordic countries, which have a lot of capacities in such a technology. So we just have to replicate into the Romanian legislation what is happening there. And in this way, offering predictability to the investors to start to encourage the investors to come and invest in the Black Sea. Of course, we have a lot of resources, but we have a big talent in blocking our resources. So somehow we are living in two parallel universes. You know, the political and politicians, and this is what is happening with the Green Deal, and the technical part. So we assume policies that has nothing to do with the technical reality. And unfortunately, we saw at the European level with the Green Deal, what are the results? We encourage solar, we encourage wind. It is a very good thing. I always express my opinion that the technologies are not necessary in a competition. Somehow they should be complementary. But on the other hand, we do not touch the ground, you know, with the technical realities, because if you have more unpredictable energy, you need more capacities to balance it. You have to change the way in which the balancing market will function. You have to have in mind that a lot of baseload technologies phase out, like the coal. And the pace in which we decommission, at least in Romania, baseload didn't keep the same pace with the new installments in the same technologies. Can we imagine an energy sector without baseload capacity, only with solar? Because there are some voices into the, not necessarily technical voices, that we can live only with solar. I don't think so. Can we live only with wind? No, I don't think so. So we need to rethink from the technical perspective the technologies. And here I think it is the biggest advantage that hydroelectrica has. Because balancing, you can do it with hydro, you can do it with gas. So it is, those two technologies remain reliable. With batteries, okay, you can play a couple of hours, but when the sun is not shining, you do not have anything into the batteries. And this is what is happening those days in Romania. Okay, they could be reliable, but they are not reliable during the winter. They are not reliable long term. So we have to think, okay, they are good for fine tuning. They are good for leveling the prices between the middle of the day and the evening. They are not good for balancing the market in any condition and ensuring the security of supply. Because I think we should think in the reverse way. What is the most important thing into the energy sector? The security of supply. So this is the first layer. The second layer is what are the best technologies and what are the cleanest technology in which you can ensure the security of supply. So in my opinion, with the combination on offshore wind, with solar, and hydro. And ensuring the base load with nuclear, which is not considered a green technology, but it is a clean technology. And at the end, in the last moment, also Europe realized that you cannot close everything and rely on the Russian gas as it was initially, because we promote Chinese technologies balanced with the Russian gas. This was the policy of Europe. This was the Green Deal. Maybe it's too harsh, but this was the reality. And now we are encouraging again the Chinese technologies. We are using electric cars, and the most competitive are from China. We are using batteries, and the most competitive are from China. And we use solar panels, which come from China. And this is the solution for ensuring the security of supply in Europe today. We are blocking hydro investments, which is the cleanest way to balance and to support and to encourage new installments in offshore wind and solar. And and in the same time, we are looking to a very competitive price. If we are looking to all the technologies in Europe and all the investments in Europe, in gas, in hydro, in wind, everything get more and more expensive. If they get more and more expensive, you cannot have a lower price of electricity, because at least when you invest, somebody should support the cost and the results, the efficiency and the final result, the IRR should be positive and should cover high inflation, which is more and more challenging, a double-digit inflation in Romania. So something is missing. And what is missing is the real dialogue between the politicians, which make the policies, and the technical part of the energy sector. I think the solution should come from the companies, from the experts in the energy sector, and the politicians, if they cannot help, at least let us give the best solution. We understand where we want to go, but I think, on the other hand, we should be more pragmatic and more realistic. We cannot drive public policies only by populism and without touching the ground, because this is what is happening at the European level, this is what is happening in Romania. And Romania, you know, having a lot of resources, and you already mentioned that we have a green country with a lot of national parks, where we have resources, not just energy resources, but also mineral resources. For sure, we have a very important national park there, which prevent us to use those resources in the advantages of Romania, in the advantage of Europe, okay? Coming back to offshore wind, yes, it could be a solution, yes, we are interested in invest in this kind of solutions, but on the other hand, we have to look this investment from a technical perspective. If we are looking to Dobroja, we have 2 nuclear reactors, we have a lot of wind parks installed there, we already have a problem with the transmission capacity. We intend to commission 2 nuclear reactors in, I don't know, let's say 5 years to 10 years from now. And we want to install additional capacities into the Black Sea. This means that we need to have a clear view how we evacuate the energy from Dobroja, starting from now, building substations from now, and not moving all the financial burden to the investors as it happens now. This is a very clear thing that we have to do. If we put all the investments risk on the shoulders of the investors, if we put all the investments in the transmission, in substation, on the shoulders of the investors, even if the technology now on offshore wind is mature enough and more efficient, but the costs with the transmission and with strengthening the lines, it is huge and could turn an investment from from feasibility, feasible, economically feasible, to not feasible. Of course, above that, we have to think a CFD mechanism. And unfortunately, Romania preferred to give CFD mechanism to very competitive technology. They do not need CFD mechanism. In my opinion, if we are putting an additional tax, which at the end of the day will be paid by the consumer, we should do to support technologies that are indispensable from the security of supply perspective, not for technologies that are already proven as feasible from the economical perspective. So there are a couple of examples. We can speak more, but I don't want to monopolize the discussion. Thank you very much. If you have any answers,
Thank you very much,
I will
Mr.
answer with
Bada.
pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bada, and thank you for keeping the flag raised. We've heard these messages many times before. Hopefully the politicians will also, except for the ones present, the politicians
All the time,
will
yes.
also hear them. You mentioned you mentioned two key words.
You should mention it because it's important just for better understanding.
You mentioned two key words, Mr. Bada, balancing and storage. And from this perspective, I think that Europe is in a pretty difficult context. When we look at storage, as you correctly pointed out, the entire supply chain on storage is controlled by the Chinese economy. At the same time, we have entered the era of drill, baby, drill, because until recently, most of the financing that came to the energy sector, large projects, I mean, was mostly coming from private equity and financial institutions that had some American origin. Well, this might not be the case anymore. At the same time, as Christian pointed out, even on the defense sector, the impact of energy in the defense sector has changed dramatically. If we look at the battlefield, Christian, today, it is changing every day. I mean, you mentioned refineries which have to produce the fuel for tanks and aircraft. Well, slowly this is changing. We speak today about drones which run on batteries. We speak about the soldier, universal soldier of the 22nd century, which is an android robot running on batteries. So how I'm addressing this question to all the panelists. How do you see Europe, which is squeezed between these two global tendencies, supply chain controlled by China on the power sector and the other hegemon, which is the United States, who is pushing for conventional energy resources? How do you see Europe addressing, from a strategic perspective, addressing these challenges?
Actually, before answering to the question, I'd like to make a remark related to the pricing of electricity in the European level. I think that this is the main issue why in the past 10 years European Union lose the battle with anybody else from other parts of the world. And okay, you remember the marginal price system, which was actually a pricing form which through actually European Union subsidized the renewables. And when the Russian aggression came on Ukraine, the European Union promised that they're gonna change this pricing system and they're gonna come out with, I don't know, another system. And at the answer for this marginal price system, it was the CFD actually. So CFD somehow is the same system. how was the marginal price pricing system. At the end of the day, if we all the time want to subsidize the production of the electricity, again, we're gonna lose our industries, and we're gonna have all the time the expensiest electricity on the whole world level.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Christian, please.
Yeah. On the marginal cost pricing, it's projected, is this sort of a conspiracy of the European Commission. Marginal pricing is how markets work. And it's very specific. So, been discussing this for more than 15 years. And yes, it has its issues, but so far nobody has given me a model that could work better to get the full cost of the system into this. But let me just add on, you know, Laurencio, on the warfare, the drones in Ukraine is in a way partly, it's part of it, but it's also an anomaly because there is no aircraft in Ukraine. The moment NATO strategy is very different. So, you know, don't extrapolate from the Ukraine, Russia, from the Russian situation to Europe. Just one thing to maybe to the, I mean, I agree we need to be more realistic, but what the discussion in Europe is we are adding on batteries, we're adding on grids, distribution, transmission, we're adding on flexibility sources. All this costs a lot of money. And what I really was missing here is where is the demand response? The non-wire solution, we have a lot of potential there which costs very little. It's IT, maybe Chinese, maybe not. But without the demand response, we're just adding on extra layers of costs which will be reflected in the price of electricity in the end.
Yeah, I think so. First reaction is that, let's say, us as Europe, we were benefiting from the global markets, even in the period where, let's say, the other regions were already preparing for the next phase, and we were just naively sitting in the, let's say, benefiting from cheapest prices sourcing globally. And so we need to catch up. We need to realize that the global world doesn't exist anymore, and we need to really look on the independency, local sourcing. But it costs money, and that's something which it's very difficult to say it clearly, publicly, that yeah, we can be independent, but it has its price, and this requires a lot of political courage. So that's honestly, I don't think that we have it in this moment. So this is one thing, and the other thing is I would really underline what Bogdan said. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can go. Why don't we really go and look at what worked in Spain? Maybe what we don't like in Spain, what we see it was not right. What works in Scandinavia? One of the things which is clear, they reach the level of their prices by doing the right things, by massively investing over the years. I was in Finland last month. Their transmission operator was telling us we 5 times increased investments in transmission grid compared to 10 years ago. I don't think that this is happening in Romania. I don't think this is happening in Bulgaria. I don't think this is happening in any other country in Balkan. Increasing the investments to be able to move that energy where we can produce it efficient, to move it where we need to consume it. We need to build those highways for the energy. Without that, we will never make it happen.
Thank you.
One small remark, if you allow me. So the conclusion from the storage perspective is that the battery cannot replace hydro. It could help on short term, they are useless on long term. Hydroelectrica has a 3 terawatt hour battery in our lakes. Of course, depending on the year, we can have 2.5, we can have 3 if we have a good year. In the worst case scenario, 1.8, 1.9 terawatt hour. So we have this battery which we have to use all over the year. And unfortunately, when we have a rainy year which help us, the batteries and the solar is useless. And if you stay exposed to the weather and rely on the fact that maybe it won't happen such a year, it is a big mistake. So therefore, in my opinion, we have to balance the technologies and to encourage pump storage power plants, which is a more reliable solution, of course, more expensive, and we need some support schemes in order to ensure the feasibility of the project. And we need to build more hydropower plants with big reservoirs behind it. This is the only reliable solution for storage and for balancing, and also the cleanest, because we don't have time now, but we can also look to the carbon footprint of the batteries, which is not so green if we are looking to the components. Comparing with hydro, which means water, means infrastructure, means also developing some areas also from the touristic perspective, and we have a lot of examples. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you. This was an excellent panel. Thank you for your participation, and thank you to the attendees. I don't know, I think we're totally out of time, but I have to conclude. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon almost. It's not good morning anymore. My name is Roberta Reducu. Today I'll be moderating the panel, The Fight for Truth in the Era of Alternative Media and Deepfake Technology. It is my absolute pleasure to moderate this panel together with Ms. Alexia Tsuli from Greece,
Hello.
Mr. Sasha Farbach from Poland,
Hello, good morning.
Mr. Ion Ioniță from Romania, and also Mr. Tudor Rgalos from Romania.
Hello, thank you.
I would like to start this panel with a little bit of backstory. I just had a very nice conversation each morning. My mom calls me, and we had a very nice conversation this morning about the fact that even though she has medium education, since she's not watching anything else besides the news and reading anything besides the news, it's very easy to debate with her any kind of information. And when it comes to my father, who is also of medium education and also very interested in local politics and involved in local politics, because he is constantly on Facebook and watches all kind of reels, he is extremely opinionated on things that are absolutely beyond his actual knowledge. And I was trying to understand why is this happening. Then I started to think about it more, and I'm also thinking about my students, because I'm an assistant professor at the College of Communication and Public Relations in Romania at SNSPA. And my students are also extremely knowledgeable, but they lack vocabulary. In general, they lack patience to make an argument, they lack knowledge to actually argue with something, to have credibility. And I was thinking, why is this happening? Because my students are also very much exposed to social media as my father, and they tend to have the same behavior. And my mom, who is not using social media, is easier to talk to. So, my question for today is, why are these societies so informationally obese? We know for a fact that there's a disturbing mix of online materials containing fake news, disinformation narratives, deepfake advertising campaigns that are very much real and very much affecting our societies and our elections. And there are effects that are very worrisome. There are far-right parties that are gaining traction with radical discourses. We see kids dying because of diseases that are solvable by vaccines for already 50 years ago, but they are dying for those diseases. And there's a Gen Z scoring lower in education than millennials for the first time since the start of these measurements. So, there's a superhero syndrome that I suffer from that says that I need to do something about it. And we, as societies, obviously need to do something about it. And our guest today will help us navigate and, why not, brainstorm some solutions answering the following questions. What role should journalists, educators, and civil society play in strengthening media literacy and critical thinking in the digital age? What concrete tools or technologies, AI detection system, watermarking content, authentication protocols can help identify and counter deepfake content at scale? What practical strategies can be implemented by platforms and public institutions to respond rapidly to viral misinformation during high-stake events, elections, conflicts, crises, etc.? And how can democratic states adapt in order to win the cognitive war against authoritarian states, where decisions are made quickly and implementation mechanisms are often faster? So, for this, our distinguished guest will help us a little bit with a brainstorm. I would start with Ms. Alexia Tsuli. She is an international correspondent accredited in Hellenic Presidency, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in the Ministry of Defense of Greece. She has worked for more than 20 years in Mega TV station and other media platforms, interviewing politicians, leaders, and covering all the major political events.
Thank you so much, Roberta, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here to this very important forum with so many important speakers. Now, since you start your introduction by commenting about your parents, I would like to say an example about my life and about my children, because I have two children, 20 years old and 18 years old, and they're very good students. They are having good grades at school. But I have a complaint to make. They don't read books at all. They don't take the paper and read the book because they prefer the social media. They prefer to be informed by what's on the mobile phone, on the social media. And I always complain to them why you don't want to read books and you want only to be informed from social media. And the good thing they say that they have learned to be outspoken. They say their mind. They listen to so many opinions from all over the world through the social media, through the mobile phone. So they have learned to be very outspoken, to say their mind, to say what they are thinking very, very easily. Well, during to my age, we didn't have the mobile phone so easily, of course, and we were not trained to be so much outspoken. So to answer to your question, I'm in the media business, as you said, for more than 20 years, and I have covered TV foreign affairs on TV for many, many years. And I have witnessed that year by year, the digital revolution have changed my job, our job in the TV business. Now information and misinformation spread so quickly through algorithms, through social media, through maybe AA and ChatGPT and all the modern things. So our role has become beyond our simply reporting the facts. Now it's more than that. The rapid advancement of social media has tremendously transformed how we create the news, how we create the information, and how we distribute the information. The thing is that the transformation carries profound implications for journalism, and we focus on reevaluating our traditional methods. Now, everything that happens on Twitter, on TikTok, on whatever, it's a major crisis just because it's on the media. So, to my opinion, traditional media should rethink our role, and because we are struggling for the loss of audience, for the revenue maybe, and for attention. We as journalists, I think, we're facing some other challenges. Maybe our profession is now in a crisis. Our industry maybe is in a crisis. So my short answer to your question is that we should think that now journalism is 24/7, and we should have more focus on highly personalized information experience and navigate the balance between the rapid technological change and our core professional ethics. And we should improve media literacy and be more transparent about our reporting process and showing how we gather information and put our sources on our social media platform. That's what I think.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask Mr. Sasha Farbach, lecturer at Kosmiski University, specializing in communication and cybersecurity. He is an international media expert with experience covering global affairs, technology, and businesses. He has worked in cybersecurity sector for over 8 years, particularly in the privileged access management space. He has helped clients across multiple industries navigating media, strategic communication, and digital risk in an increasingly complex information environment.
Sounds impressive, right? Also, one thing, I wear a different hat as well. I've been also in the media as a journalist as well, and TV host to add to that. Thank you again for having me. Once again, it's always a pleasure to be here, my second time at this wonderful venue. And I think it's also the discussions we can after this, which I think are really key. So just a flavor. But I'll also start with a little anecdote, if I may. You mentioned your mother, your children. I'll bring it back to my mother. You said as well about how your kids need to be outspoken, right? We live in that age. I'd say that, in my experience at least, some people, my mother, over 70, is also quite outspoken. Every thought needs to be shared, and therefore every reel, every Facebook, everything needs to be constantly shared. And I think that's a one of the problems, this double-edged sword of the society we live in, right? The tools that we have available, it's meant to be shared as fast as possible. But I think at the core of that, what I've seen as well with my students, a bright bunch, they're at least willing to step forward to say, well, we don't know how to do that really. We're not really good at going through what is the medium, explain to them how sources work, right? Really basic stuff. Different types of, and as you said, the first thing they go to is some kind of reel. It's also because information has become so branded, right? Everyone who has a smartphone is an influencer, a journalist, a model, you name it, right? It's this almost, I will say controversially, a little bit of self-entitlement, right? Everyone has the opinion and that's it. How do we fix it? That's not an easy answer. But I think at the core, it's very much about trust, right? People don't trust anymore. Everyone has an opinion, but how do we reestablish that? Even in my generation, we grew up with the very beginnings of social media. So I still remember very much buying newspapers and reading books, although it's harder and harder as well. But I think in terms of how we do all that, I see it in my experience for students to, give them the training, give them the exposure. That's a great step one. It's also the social media platforms, right, that need to be held accountable. I mean, it's profit-driven as well, so they're not going to suddenly change. And we have all these wonderful reforms and plans from the European Commission and the European Union. DSA, fantastic. That took over 10 years to get off the ground. It's still not really fully understood. I remember GDPR. The Americans, blocked the IP addresses because they didn't want to deal with it initially. I mean, that's changed as well. So it's a multi-pronged approach. How do we fix it? I don't know. I think in the small measure is giving everyone tools to do it better. That starts, you've had experience with your students, not even at university, even earlier, right? I would class it, without sounding cliche, a kind of national resilience in a way, right? Where this technology meets media, how do we build back trust? And I think also a personal thing, right? It can't just come from top down, it has to go from bottom up in the middle. So there's different facets, but I think reestablishing trust, and I think also holding some of these companies accountable. What is it? 75% of our digital infrastructure comes from the Americans. So there's no European alternative. I think there won't be. That's another discussion. But just briefly on all that, I think what I've found, at least in my discussions, when I have interviews, when I've had interviews, I think if you really make it fair, it's also the tone of language. A lot of it is adversarial, that sells well, those are good reels, but if you have really, I think, decent conversation, you listen, you ask interesting questions, you fact check, but all those things done at a certain, I think, high level, that's one small measure. There's some great interviews in the past that I've learned and grew up with, but that's my own personal story. But I think trust needs to be somehow reestablished from different angles. What exactly that process is, I know we'll talk about it more. I think you mentioned watermarking as well, so that's an interesting concept. But it's a tough one, but step-by-step trust, but also involving it from a whole society level, from training, from how, but also holding the media companies to account. That's a difficult one. Big tech is a beast. But that would be my little foray into it. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. We will continue with Mr. Ion Ioniță, journalist and editor-in-chief of Historia magazine, part of Adevărul newspaper media holding group. He started journalism career early in the 90s after the fall of communism in Romania and is now senior editor and columnist for Adevărul newspaper, covering politics, European affairs, security and international topics. Later, he joined television to host interviews and debate shows on current affairs and international politics.
Thank you very much. Good morning. First, I believe we have to understand our society, what is happening, and it's not easy. It's very difficult. Even now we try to understand what happened in Romania in 2024, when the Romanian society was on the edge. And this is unique because millions of Romanians have voted for an unknown person. A guy they didn't know nothing about, only his name. So it is unique what it happened in Romania, and then the societies try to recover after this political shock. And Of course, as we speak, every one of us in this room and in this world is a target. If we read our phone now, we are a target. Social platforms are used as mass disruption weapons. It disrupts our society. And the effect of this, we saw 10 years ago for the first time at large scale, and I'm talking about Cambridge Analytica and Brexit. And we experienced here in Romania in 2024. And what kind of society we have in Romania in this moment? And I'm speaking, taking into account social research in the last years. And what's the picture? We have more Romania, more parts of the Romanian society, totally different, with a different perception about realities. And one of them is rural and small towns, with lower incomes, with lower education levels, lower economic opportunities, more radical and nationalistic views and options, anti-European sentiments, more favorability for Russia, beliefs against Ukraine. This is a part, almost half of the population in this moment. The second part, urban, big cities, higher incomes, better education, more economic opportunities. Pro-European or pro-Western, as you like it. Rule of law, civil rights, democracy, support of Ukraine, and so on. Support for NATO. The sentiment in the first category is hatred. Hatred towards the others, more prosperous. Hatred against the foreigners. They consider Romania as a colony ruled by political servants as foreigners who are in fact running the country. This is the reason of this slogan, "We are not selling our country." In the second category, the sentiment is fear. The fear they could lose civil rights, freedom, democracy, prosperity. The freedom we can lose Europe. There are no bridges between this part of the society. No communication, no dialogue. It's a wall between us and a lot of hatred. There is also a third category, the diaspora, millions of people. We don't know how many there are, 3, 4, 5 millions. There, the sentiment is frustration. It's frustration because they left the country, and they blame this. It's not a personal decision for them. It's, they think they were forced to leave Romania by the politicians. So this is the explanation why in the Romanians living in Europe, the vote for the radical anti-European parties in the last election in some countries as Germany was 70% against their way of life in Europe. They voted for nationalistic, radical, anti-European parties, which is unique also. So, what's the picture? We have a less resilient society, a more vulnerable society, deep polarization, no dialogue, no trust. Whatever I have to say it, there is a majority in Romania that defends democracy with all cost, but this majority is under pressure, and this pressure is increasing and increasing. The feeling of this category is they are abandoned and they are left alone to fight along for their values and their goals. What's your feeling?
Thank you so much. Before our discussions, we will stop by Tudor Galos as well. Tudor Galos stands as a preeminent figure at the intersection of data privacy and emerging technologies, with a career spanning over 2 decades in management, sales, and marketing. He is a certified privacy expert as well as a leader for AI governance and digital ethics. His unique growth hacking mindset, combined with a rigorous commitment to human-centric innovation, ensures that digital transformation serves as a bridge for building sustainable trust between organizations and their users.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start first with a question to the audience. How many of you actually fell for a fake news? Be courageous. I did. I shamefully did, and not once, several times. Because the news was written in such a way, it sounded too good. It sounded too good. And if you remember, many Romanian outlets fell for a news when a local famous Manele singer, Florin Salam, was supposed to be dead. Of course he wasn't. He made this actually live video just when the major outlets in Romania were saying, oh yes, he's dead, he died. Because many major newsletters want to be the first to announce something like this. And many of them forget to check, double check, and triple check the news. Also, yesterday I saw a great piece of fake news. Something which was rolling again on the social media of a lady in UK who was in a coma for 20 days, and in her dream she spent like 10 years or 13 years having 3 kids. And if you were actually searching for this news, you would find only one reference on MSN, which was taking it from Daily Mail, who erased the article. Clearly this was fake news, but nobody cared. It sounded so good. And people were discussing and discussing and discussing and discussing. And that's one of the issues that social media amplified, you know, in the past almost 20 years, I think. Yes, in the past 20 years, because social media is not something new. High five, those who are older remember high five. And Umberto Eco, you know, the famous writer, nailed it in terms of social media. It's about legions of idiots who used to discuss things at the bar. Now they have the same, they are seen as virtuous as the speaker in the whole of the parliament. And this is not okay. The problem is also how social media evolves. If you remember at the beginning of Facebook, all the content was chronologically delivered, okay? Then the algorithm appeared. The algorithm started feeding you with what they thought you need. In fact, let me translate what this means for you. What makes you stay in the platform. When you have a hate reaction to an article, this means that this article will be disseminated even further as recommended lecture. These days, I'm receiving a lot of recommended lectures of content which is completely contrary to my political and libertarian values, really extremist and really bad content, how should I say it, really, really bad. And this is because they want me to react with hate to that, to read that piece, and to debate it. It's simply, it's a simple business in the end, because Meta, for example, or TikTok Limited or ByteDance in China, they want to keep you in the platform so they can serve you content and, of course, ads and things like this. But by doing so, the algorithm learned to exploit what is called transient vulnerabilities or permanent vulnerabilities. Transient vulnerability is when you feel yourself a little bit depressed due to something, or when you are tired, or as a lady when you have a postpartum experience, and things like this. So they know, and the algorithm knows how to exploit this. This is purely AI. This is how AI works. Now, the question is, how can you control fake news? And this is a debate we are having a lot with other scholars in Western Europe, specifically University of Maastricht, with former judges at the European Court of Justice and European Court of Human Rights. And the discussion is, how do you think fake news is delivering harm to people? Just to give you another example. Yesterday I saw part of this content that was disseminated to me. There is a lady in a forum, I think in Arad or something, who is delivering outrageous content, clearly fake as hell. I mean, if you have more than 2 neurons in your head, you know that content is fake. Discussing chemtrails, discussing everything. And it's so funny. I mean, in the end, you laugh. But 30% of those reactions and comments are not love. They actually believe this. They actually believe conspiracies, but it's outrageous. I mean, everybody is laughing, you know, except 30% of people. How do you measure the harm there? How can you, in legal courts, how can you address such a content? Because that person might say, hey, you are infringing of my freedom of speech. I wanted to make sarcasm and irony and disseminate such content related to sarcasm and irony, and suddenly you're cutting my right to be funny. And that's a long discussion. So creating the tools and the platforms to identify fake content is a challenge, and it will be subject to really long discussions as it is right now, because often you might mark content which is not fake, which is simple, let's say funny, as fake and dangerous contents, and at the same time you need to protect vulnerable people. So it's a long discussion.
Thank you so much. I noted here something about trusting, and Mr. Galos just opened the floor to even more than that. Beyond trusting one information is the inability to identify the irony behind an information, because indeed, maybe you are trying to make funny content that contains fake information, but for those 30% of people, that becomes harmful information. So people are trusting AI, but they are not trusting authorities, they are not trusting other people, and they don't have the ability to understand irony, to figure out that some content contains irony. What do we do? How is journalism trying to tackle this, and how are the rest of us in academia going to solve this? What are your ideas?
First of all, I'm glad that Shansha mentioned that he raised the question, how can we fix it? You use the word fix it. That means that we all agree that social media, the overuse of social media might in the end, in the long run, needs to be fixed. And I also glad that Ion mentioned some very interesting political remarks regarding the use of social media. And of course, Tudor reminded us all that we all have been victims once in our lives, at least, from fake news. And I'm sure if Umberto Eco was still alive, he will be very critical about the overuse of social media. Now, to answer your question, Roberta, I think, to my point of view, people often trust local journalists. They often trust community leaders. They trust more doctors, election officials, regional organization, more than they trust the big national institution or platforms. That means that rapid response systems work better than when corrections come from trusted intermediaries, not just centralized authorities. So having said that, we have a problem, we have something to solve about, because the several concrete technologies are emerging to identify counter deepfakes at scale, but experts say, and increasingly point out and agree, that no single solution is sufficient. We cannot have just one single solution. What can we do? Because the problem is that if we combine AI detection, provenance tracking, or rapid response coordination, we have to combine all these kind of media platforms. To my opinion, the solution would be create real-time misinformation response centers, to have the governments and the election commissions and platforms to operate on 24/7 monitoring teams, to have multinational, multilinguistic analysts, and of course to have rapid verification pipelines. The answer to your question is to be very fast, to be very rapid, in order to respond at real time the fake news and the crisis that creates.
Thank you.
In fact, the problem is not easy to solve. And I think the solution, the general solution is education. But this takes time, a lot of time. If you start to educate our younger generation now, in 20 years, we will measure a result. I hope a positive one. But we do not have the time. And the problem is, it's not about irony or sarcasm or whatever. It's about national security. We are speaking about national security. You can undermine a state without a war, a classic war. You do not have to send tanks or bombers. You can organize a very effective campaign, disinformation, misinformation, spreading conspiracy theories, and you can have a result. You can have a country without a bullet, without firing a bullet, a single one. This is the problem. And we see this happening in Romania. Look how a part of the population is seeing what is happening in the war near our borders. Confusion. Who is the aggressor? Who is the victim? And the victim is aggression, and this is amazing. And I saw a last research, social research. It was published 2 days ago. It's very fresh. It's about Moldova, the Republic of Moldova. And the Republic of Moldova, it is an example for us. They are very successful countering Russian disinformation. Very good. They are very good. A very small country is not in NATO, with no resources, no money, and they are very effective in doing this. And they stop a vast network trying to influence their voters in their last elections with a lot of money. But in the Romanian pool, it was a question. Do you think Romanians living in Moldova, in the Republic of Moldova, the Republic of Moldova citizens, are Romanians speaking Romanian language, or do you think they are different people speaking a different language? And for our national identity, this is no question. 100% of the Romanians know the citizens living in the Republic of Moldova are the same with us. We speak the same language and history, whatever, culture. But surprisingly, after years and years of disinformation, 25 of the people in this pool said it's a different people. They speak a different language. And this is unbelievable for a Romanian. To think 25 of us believe Russian narrative, the Moldovans are different. And they have a different history, a different culture, and they speak a different language, which is unbelievable for all the Romanians, because if you hear the Republic of Moldova citizens speaking, it's clear it's the same language as we speak between us. So, unbelievable, but it works. How to counter this? How to counter this attack undermining the identity, not the history, not the political, the identity of our people. And we have the answer, education. One more thing, more practically. We need institutions. In Europe, we have institutions, not for censorship. We are living in a democracy. We can allow censorship. But what can we do? As in a weather forecast, you have to have an institution as a weather forecast to see what is happening in internet, to see far away. and to see a hurricane coming, a storm coming. Yes? And you can take measure how? Informing correctly the population. What's about the virus? What's about the pandemic? What's about the war? And you have to inform 24 hours a day in advance. In advance. The storm is here. The storm, you are living in the storm. But we have to forecast the new campaigns, disinformation campaigns coming to us.
I want to jump in on what you've just said as well, taking over a country, right, without even firing a bullet.
Yeah.
And I want to add a bit of, let's say, positivity here. I think it's also the nature of the dialogue. A lot of this communication is very aggressive. We talk about hybrid warfare. We talk about arsenal of democracy. I think it's in wording. But really quickly, what you said about Brexit as well, I think it's also not just the fault that we have disinformation campaigns and misinformation, et cetera, but it's also, and this is a bit critical, if you'll allow me, the failure of the good guys, if we can call them, the European Union, our own politicians, also really to speak and explain, to communicate really on the same level as those creating these campaigns of disinformation. I think the one thing you can say about a lot of these far-right and radical forms is they communicate all the time. I mean, they may not necessarily say the correct thing all the time, but if we study communications, as some of us here do, that is a lesson in of itself. Really quickly also to Germany, as you said, the rise of the far right. I've been there recently covering this, talking to people on the ground. And I think also the way that at least some German media view people who follow AfD, they don't talk to them. They put them off in a bag. And these are radical people, but the numbers keep growing. I see a different approach. I think if you have conversations with a lot of these people directly, eye to eye, what are their problems? This is what politics should be. I think if you talk with them for a while, you can rehabilitate those people. I think they've not lost in that sense. They've just been disappointed. And I think we have to change that as well. Looking also at some good examples on how we do this, you mentioned Russia as well in Moldova. I mean, the immensity, as many of us probably know, the immensity and scale of what Russia can do officially and unofficially, the kind of immense funding that they've pushed into not just this kind of campaign here around the world. We haven't even discussed what they're doing in Africa, right, where they're winning, quote unquote, with RT, Sputnik, offices blooming. We're here very happy that we're kind of, let's say, almost on equal terms winning the battle. If we go to Africa, Western institutions, they're losing. They're losing that battle. One quick example of Lithuania, which I like very much. They have had success already in the past, also a NATO frontline state, in trying to shut down a lot of these troll farms. This goes back a few years. They passed legislation. They tried to push that through also the European Parliament. I don't know where it is right now, but that's a win for the good guys, right? They have excellent people there, these elves, right, who we never talk about. We talk about bot farms, troll farms, but there's a lot of good guys that are really trying to push against all this narrative. You also said we don't have much time, which is also true, but at the same time, we must also deal with what we have, and I think there are certain structures we're not lost. It takes several areas of society, as you've pointed out to. And one thing maybe, in terms of, for one, in Austria, we have military service. That's still something we have to do. In some countries, that's coming back. Perhaps, if we need a radical approach, well, I'm personally in favor of military service, but that's a different discussion. But maybe a kind of service for the country, national, as we've kind of talked about, young people who have to be part of something, to be aware, to really force them, because they ain't going to do it, right? You have kids, they're not going to do it on their own, to push them into something. Maybe a program like that, where you put people together, young people from around Europe, and look, here's what news looks like, here's the truth, here's how to spot this. Maybe something like that, potentially, right? Getting everyone involved from the ground up. So those are some thoughts I have. But I want to also keep a bit of the optimism, because I think if we just say, okay, this is a lost battle, we're too late, in 20 years things will change, that's maybe my Americana. We want to be a little bit more optimistic than that, right? So
we have solutions, and one of these you mentioned before.
Just to add, we have the tools, I agree. So basically, I'll give some concrete examples. I mean, TikTok has been brought up to the Irish regulator in terms of Digital Services Act breach and numerous other GDPR breaches. However, the institutions need to be more courageous in this space. let me explain you something about GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. Most of the social media networks are breaching GDPR on a large scale. You've seen fines on Meta, you've seen fines on LinkedIn, you've seen fines on TikTok. One of the things that the supervisory authority can do in a country is completely block the access of the social media to the country. And I'm not kidding. They have this in the law. If you have repeated breaches of the law, you can actually block their IPs from access to the country. Yeah, of course, there are VPNs, but how many people who believe in fake news have VPNs? So it's a simple equation. So you have the tools, but the supervisory authorities need to be more courageous in taking such bold actions. No one in Europe, in the European Union, did use this action yet, and I'm focusing on yet. Also in terms of news, it's a big problem related to journalists because they rely too much on social media and on search engine optimization. And that's a problem because media became dependent to social media. In terms of, for example, in Australia, where Facebook threatened to pull out and they delisted some news sites, they saw drops up to 80 to 90% in traffic. And they were outraged. They said, oh, come on, get back. No, actually, you need to build your own and operated assets and reinvent the press in order to avoid becoming, again, redependent or dependent to social media. Because that's a problem. You actually fall in the trap of delivering content which is not necessarily good for readers. I remember that one of the most important guys in the press, his sister launched a website, and he asked, do you have runes on your website? I said, what? Do you have horoscope? Because on our news website, those are the most visited pages, runes and horoscope. Well, that's a problem. Okay, so you need to recalibrate this and re-win the content war. Otherwise, social media will use their algorithms to disseminate only the content that outrages people, not necessarily the true content. In Canada and US, they started a movement called ground news. You can check it, ground news it's called. They're taking different articles from the American outlets, news outlets, and categorizing them in terms of how much, they're not saying this is correct or incorrect. They say this leans towards the left, this leans towards the right, this is more center balanced. And they are bringing also other interpretation on the same facts. So you have like 5 to 6 news pieces on the same facts, all of them centered and calibrated in terms of left, right, and center. That might be a good approach. But actually, the best approach would be for the social media to stop the algorithm and get back to the chronological content. That will kill fake news instantly.
Just a word, I wish to continue this idea. A big confusion between social platforms, social media, and media. Journalism and influencer. It's totally different. And if you believe an influencer...
But who is more powerful, journalist or an influencer?
Or an influencer. If not a journalist, is an influencer too. So, a journalist, what's his profession? To check the facts. What an influencer is doing? Trying to influence you. Let's believe the words. Let's go into the basics. Influence. So he tries to influence you, and he makes money with this. This is the reality. Why to believe him? I don't know. It's probably something in our psychology. Trying to believe an unknown person. Instead to believe a professional who is checking facts. This is boring, probably. And I saw this in my family with a relative of mine. He was trying to buy some pills on internet. And I said, oh, go to the pharmacy and buy the pills. It's everywhere. No, I'm going to buy this because an influencer said me this will solve all my problems. All your problems, all my health problems will be solved with one pills. How much it is? 500 euros. Okay, pay it for this, if you want to pay.
The problem is that the influencer says his opinion or her opinion, journalists should focus on the facts, should read, and it's boring. Being based on the facts is very boring. But an influencer, we see him on TikTok, for example, on his opinion, what he's wearing, what he can sell the cosmetics that he wants to the makeup on, and that's very dangerous because he has more power, as I said, to the regarding the compared to the journalist. I want to also say about the security. You mentioned security before, and you also mentioned about Russia. See about the developments in the Middle East and about how the US president uses the social media and AI every morning. I see him every morning. He posts on his internet, on his social media, his opinion through AI cartoons or whatever, trying to influence the war that's happening in Iran. I'm not judging if it's wrong, it's right, but I'm saying that he does that every morning, and that's strategy and that's policy.
Just also really quick, can I maybe, we have this distinction, influencer and journalist, can we have a journalist influencer? That probably you could, but I think, again, you can probably and must make news and facts more entertaining. Now that doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? But I think it's also because of entertainment, right? And the media has changed, and you're absolutely right. Dare I say some of the reports that I've seen that it's because the way it's packaged. I think there's a great Bloomberg guy who does this really, really well. It's just interesting, it's all factual, but he just does it in a more entertaining sort of way. So I think we need to kind of have that on there. And also, and we talk about trust, I think also what kind of has to come into that is also likability, right? But that's also on how it's actually conveyed. So that's tough. And look, you give one bad example of Trump. Let's give a good example. Way back in the 30s during the war with Roosevelt, with those radio addresses, right? This was also totally new media at the time, but it was also a president talking realistically and honestly to the population. I think perhaps, but I think also things have just become. They've lost respect, right? I mean, we don't have to go into it that far with Trump, but that's also gone, right? It's not just the trust, it's just respect and decency, how communication is handled by many politicians and influencers and journalists. So it's an uphill battle, but I think it can be done.
Just as a remark, the first party who used radio as propaganda very successfully was the Nazi Party in the 30s.
I would very much like to continue our discussion because I think we can have a whole conference over this topic, honestly, not only one panel. What I noted here from our discussion is that leadership stands out as a resolution and as a resource to solve this kind of crisis, because we can admit that this fake news, deepfake advertising, misinformation, everything that's happening due to AI and enhanced by AI could be solved by a little bit of more bold leadership. And bold leadership both as taking responsibility and also holding someone responsible for what's happening. We need stronger institutions, obviously. We need specialized institutions that will take also responsibility and will also implement the law, because we don't lack laws. We have laws. We are shy to implement them. Enforce them, exactly. And yeah, education, a lot of education. And you mentioned something, and it popped into my mind right away, about the journalist that is also an influencer, or the influencer that becomes sort of a journalist. There are a lot of news anchors that are not the news anchors that we see on TV, but they are news anchors online, influencers that are only delivering information. They are extremely followed. You have no idea how many millions of viewers they have online worldwide. And I remember that I noticed one of those, and I started to follow him because he was invited to Munich Security Conference. So maybe, that's also. For the last minute that we have, if you have any kind of information that you want to add here.
Just as a small advice maybe for everybody, protect yourselves. If something sounds too good to be true, it's too good to be true.
I think it's an
Exercise
excellent.
common sense.
Maybe if it's a question for the audience.
Of course. 2 questions even. 3 questions.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Andreea Purvu, and I am the assistant of the German military attaché here in Bucharest. And I also study, as my master study, public communication in the field of security and defense at the University for Security here in Bucharest. And I have a question, and that is, I have a very similar story to what Ms. Răducu a bit earlier talked about. And the thing is, my mother, for example, she's very receptive to switching sides or debating different types of information and everything. Problem is, she's receptive to both sides. And yeah, and my father is very stubborn. And yeah, and so whenever I go home, and I don't know if like what your experience is with this type of people, but they like to engage in debates, and they provoke you to debates. And I stand no chance. I stand no chance because first, as Ms. Răducu talked about, we talk about an inability of them to discern between fake news and accurate news, but we also talk about an unwillingness to discern between them. And I observed that fake news, it plays and attacks on multiple battlefields, and and those are, they tickle the ego. We're talking about promotion on the ego side. They also take advantage, of course, of your frustrations and depression, as someone said. But I observed that whatever I say, it doesn't matter what I say, I am wrong. And although he knows what I studied and where I work and what type of data I'm working with, he refuses somehow to accept that. And I'm asking myself, before we manage to fix these problems on a state level or on a European Union level, what can we do ourselves in order to cover a small part of society to fight back these types of problems with our families, with our friends, and with the people that are falling easier victims to such processes. Thank you very much.
You can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends.
But I jump in rehabilitation, like I said earlier, right? It's also how you communicate with them, right? So no one likes to be just rejected and said, oh, you're totally wrong. But just acknowledge, but then, like in my experience with my mother, kind of just slip in the facts very gently. You have a big battle, you need a lot of patience and love, but I think acknowledging and then rehabilitating in that sort of sense, is a tough one.
Yeah, thanks very much. Stuart Skeets, I'm ex-military, served as the Deputy Commander at JFC Brunsum, and now work for a variety of organisations, including an information operations and an agentic AI organisation. Just very quickly, firstly, can I thank the panel for an excellent discussion, really, really interesting, and completely subscribed to the issue that this is a national security. I mean, the most fun fact for the last few months is that when Iran shut down its internet in February, the number of sites advocating for Scottish independence reduced by 25% the next day. Anyway, you probably all know that. My question, however, is just taking on from the previous questioner, actually, which is an interesting one, which is whether there is a, I mean, you're much closer to the younger generation than I am, frankly, and what the new generation, which has gone through an entire, their lifetime of living with social media, whether their experiences aren't part of the answer here in terms of how we begin to regulate more effectively and particularly verify most of the the stuff that's being thrown at them and us in the social media space.
Any comments?
I can start. It's of course, engaging the young generation is super critical because they will own the future. It's very interesting because I heard, by the way, a discussion at the radio where some really smart young kids from an NGO came to discuss with the radio host about global warming. And they said, for us, global warming, it's causing anxiety. It's causing anxiety because for you, the older generation, you seem like you don't care. You seem like, it's just fake news, it's everything. But my grandmother used to tell me about snow, 50 centimeters of snow in the winter, and now I see nothing. And if in 20 years this change, what will happen in 20 years when I'll be an adult with children? And this is causing us anxiety. So we don't understand the new generation. This is why we see a lot of fake news that we don't understand, because the young generation should be part of the solution. And we should help them drive this, I would say, because they will own the future. I mean, they must actually tackle with this. We failed at this, that's the truth. I mean, we failed, we let fake news grow like hell. Now we need to help them fix it, because they will own it.
On that point, to my students as well, can I expose them to different types of things, explaining what the wires were, sourcing, etc. And I remember first asking them, okay, so where'd you get your news? Right? And every single person said some influencer, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. But then, if you show them other sources, if you explain to them, you have to make it just constant. You just have to involve them and constantly show them other elements, or use the platform to maybe go to someone more verified. I said, okay, probably none of you read the Financial Times here, and no one raised their hand. But then I showed them their reels, or Bloomberg, and it was kind of, again, come back to entertainment a little bit. They're like, And then by the end of the month, I said, guys, has anyone switched over to some of these others? So, oh yeah, I checked out this Bloomberg thing, that was cool. Or if someone saw an infographic off of FT or whatever. So it's also how it's packaged, right? So it's not like, oh, you guys are doing it all wrong. You have to drop social media and only read The Guardian or whatever. But it's kind of it's adjusting it bit by bit. And not like saying you guys are all wrong. Of course, encouraging them into, let's say, more mainstream media if that's possible, or at least saying, okay, my only source is this guy. Let's look at other things when that guy says something. So it's, core-wise, consistent exposure, consistent sort of, let's say, repackaging of something they also like, because you can't rewire that. As you said, they've grown up with constant everything at their hands. So, but I found a promise and, let's say, a bit of hope in trying to show them something else that's geared on the same level to what they can adjust to. At least that's what they've told me.
I'm so sorry to shut this discussion, because it's, as I said, it's incredible discussion, and I really believe that we could have an entire conference only about this. But the thing that I want to leave with you, the last thought of this, is that these are not just AI videos, someone who played online and made some funny videos. This is a national security problem at the end of the day, because through this AI, through this alternative media, through this alternative truth, they are reaching the minds of our population. They are trying to steal our freedom, our democracy, our values, and getting us without any bullet shot. Thank you so much for participating, and I think all of us are more than welcoming you to discuss further over a coffee.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so wonderful to have you here this afternoon during the forum when we'll be speaking about various things. Everything okay?
Subway in Tokyo, which of course, everybody is so quiet, polite, there's a protocol. I mean, I hadn't heard about this. but to see it is like several. We were lucky the day we went to Fuji. Weather was perfect. I mean, yeah, it was perfectly clear, and yeah, we were. So that turned out very well. If we were to do it again, we would stay in Kyoto longer and use that as a base to go to Hiroshima and to do other things. We really liked let's see again. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, I live in Frankfurt, Germany, so easy to get places to one bit. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Sir. How are you? Very good. Yes. So there's Portuguese that are in Is that with the U.S.
Cine auziți? I'm a constructor. I'm a common constructor. I'm sure. He told me, because I was talking to Romanian issue, and he did it great.
Adrian is coming. Adrian is coming. The former ambassador. Yeah.
Those are not special. In my secondary school, we had a last year, there's no big, what is really good is that go through. Probably we have it
In Frankfurt? Yeah, my wife is German, so I stayed after right. She's German, so she said we're staying. Yeah, I love living in Europe. Frankly, it's easier for me to come to Europe. Friday I go to Thailand. Next week is the episode, so for my work, a professional officer, so you end up good way to end the conversation. George, what this final panel tonight, I know it's modified and Anja's going to be our moderator. What's the nature?
May 29, May 29. The last this will be this will come and the I was preparing to pay on 19.
But I had that once.
The good news is that the always suppliers are going to be only the true believers, the hardcore people that are still there late on the last day. Yeah.
Another big, huge, and successful, even without a government. I know, yeah, I'm sorry that lawyer didn't work in my other life I had to do. My wife wants but she also was with me when we were up in Danube for another thing years ago. And she really liked cruise and that area. Absolutely beautiful.
summer 1976. That also happened. That was probably the only year nobody wanted to go to so there was no real company. I could not make it today. No, I think she's on the edge. And, but now, no problem. You let the finish short. So right in the Midlands. But I live in London. You have a house, London and a house
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our working lunch. I invite to the stage the moderator, Professor Antonia Coliboșanu. Thank you, Antonia. Followed by two great speakers, James Carafano, Professor Ken Endo from Japan, James Carafano from the United States. And I hope we'll have very soon in online format Professor Al-Sulami from the Saudi Arabia. And we'll discuss about a very easy topic for all of you, for all of us, Iranian war, okay? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, George. Indeed, it is a very easy topic to discuss over lunch because we have all different angles to discuss. But I believe that currently we actually have a span of the world on this topic because we have Jim Carafano and Professor Ken Endo, well, actually Professor Jim Carafano, I should add, because he's also had a career of professorship before joining Heritage Foundation, and now he's a voice in foreign policy, as many of you may know. He has actually recently wrote about the U.S. strategy with regards to what is doing around the world, and touched upon the Iran war as well. So it's going to be interesting to hear his thoughts on the matter. And Professor Ken Endo, whom I met in Romania in September at the New Strategy Center roundtable, is a professor of international politics, but also as a specialist of the Asian Pacific region, very much interested in working together with researchers and professors from Korea and from China, and not only, it's an impressive CV here, but I decided not to read it all. So I am very much grateful to have you two here, and I hope that we will have online our colleague from Saudi Arabia. Our colleagues from Romania are going to help us with the connection, of course. We do have Professor Mohammed Al-Sunami, who is joining us from the very region that is very much affected by the war in Iran. So it's going to be very interesting to have someone from the Middle East talking about the effects of Iran war. And I would suggest to actually give the floor to Mr. Al-Sunami, because you are with us and because you are from the region most affected. Please share with us your thoughts on how you see the Iran war unfolding and the effects for the short and medium term, but also as you see them ongoing for the longer term. I think you have to be unmuted to do so, maybe. Do you hear us? Okay, you have to unmute to be able to, no? You don't hear us? Ooh, that's going to be a problem. Maybe you could unmute Anna if you, or there, maybe try to unmute.
Thank God this is a
Okay. The worst thing is that you're not hearing us. If you're not hearing us, then it's... Maybe hit the unmute button just a bit to the right. Okay. No? Yeah, we would know what to do, but I'm not sure if our technical... Yeah. That's his, and it needs to be unmuted. Well, until we have this solved, how about we have the American view first, because just to make sure that I understand that... Ah, got it. No. Try again whatever you did in the first place, please. I'm not sure what goes on here with... If General Hodges cannot solve this one, then...
Yes, it's a big problem.
Yeah. No, we're not giving up. Are you hearing us, sir? Yeah, he did say yes. So He said no? So no hearing, no? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Well, you can all enjoy your meal until we can for another 2 minutes. Exactly. There is dessert. There is dessert. That's a bit of an... This is where our lessons learned from the pandemic should help us, in theory. In practice, we shall see. Talking about the economic effects of crisis. There are also some good ones. We have him here, but we don't have the technology to. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we should probably get going with another. No, you don't want to be the first one? No? Japan first? Okay. The Japanese perspective first then. Japan first.
Somebody wrote Japan that cannot say no. So I talk first. Now, I shouldn't, repeat the same point that I made already over the past sessions. But I just wanted to refer to the fact that, because of this Iran war, we have increasingly of the realization that we cannot depend on the United States so much, because the Trump administration doesn't care much about the allies. And then, we depend so heavily on the Middle East oil, and that's been hit. Because of this Strait of Hormuz problem. Now, Japan and Korea has been hit by this quasi-closure of this strait. And, we have been busy trying to diversify afterward the sources of this crude oil and natural gas. And, relatively speaking, China is not really damaged, because over the past 2-3 decades or so, they have been invested a lot to nuclear, energy, renewable energy, particularly EV, so that they don't need to rely on crude oil much. And the quantity that they secured from Iran and Venezuela hasn't been really hit. They still secure oil from those countries, and any hole that they have would be filled by Russia. Probably only snag that China has is sort of natural gas coming from Qatar, but there even they could manage from those countries along that Belt and Road initiatives. So I think the strategy of China that
Okay. Okay, hello. Welcome, dear colleagues, to our next panel here in the Danube room, From Strategy to Action, a roadmap for the EU Black Sea strategy. Welcome. I would like to say a warm greeting from Stefan Meister, because normally I would have been a speaker here, but Stefan has fallen ill. I'm sorry to say that. Warm greetings from him. He's also a great friend of Strategy Center, and so yeah. So but everything, don't worry, panelists, everything remains as we agreed. So, as you know, in May 2025, the EU member states agreed on a Black Sea strategic approach, which is the first real Black Sea strategy of the EU as a reaction to Russia's war against Ukraine. And for the first time, member states recognize the importance of the regions for security, trade, and connectivity. Before, we had different formats, but which were not underlined really with the security dimension. Future cooperation with the Black Sea region, of course, is structured on different pillars. It is about security, stability, and resilience, about sustainable growth and prosperity. Therefore, connectivity is very important. Environmental also protection, climate change, resilience, and preparedness, as well as civil protection. One new key element, as you also heard, are some flagship initiatives like the so-called Black Sea Maritime Security Hub to form a full maritime awareness picture and to design to enhance monitoring in the region. And the expectation is, of course, that the member states are becoming more active in setting up such hubs, or let me say, useful components to fill that hub. And the key challenge for you is that at the moment, there is a lack of financing for that hub. And the question is if member states are willing to increase the budget for that, also in the context of the upcoming framework budget 2028 to 34. Another major question, I think, is how to improve cooperation in the region, actually with Turkey as a key littoral state in the Black Sea and the key actor in terms of controlling the access to the Mediterranean Sea. Currently, Turkey, as you know, already cooperates with Bulgaria and Romania in the framework of the demining initiative MCM in the Black Sea, and maybe that can be a precondition for doing more. France and Germany are no Black Sea countries, as you know, but understand, hopefully, increasingly the importance of the region for European security, trade, and actually reconstruction of Ukraine. While France has, for example, already a conceptual paper on the Black Sea, Germany has not, but nevertheless the region is heavily important for Berlin because of the support of Ukraine and European security as a whole. We have the pleasure to have 4 speakers, or now we have 3 speakers, from Romania, Bulgaria and France. And I'm happy to introduce at first Clara Stajciu, I hope that's right, yeah. State Secretary of European Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania. Thank you for joining us. Jordan Bojilov, Director of the Sofia-based Security Forum and former Deputy Minister of Defense. Hello, Jordan, Bulgaria. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Ambassador Michel Roux, envoy for the Eastern Partnership and the Black Sea of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And my name is Wilfried Jilge, Associate Fellow of the German Council on Foreign Relations, also dealing for a longer time with Black Sea security and connectivity questions. I would like to ask you to give us short input up to maximum 7 minutes. And I would like to ask you how you see the next steps for the implementation of the Black Sea strategy. What do you think is the minimum what is needed? What functions and instruments are needed in from that Black Sea strategy, also when it comes to the Maritime Security Hub? What can your country contribute? What is a priority from the view of your country? Secondly, how you see the role of the member states in the implementation process with regard to the Maritime Security Hub, and maybe also as a guideline question, but you need not to answer immediately all questions, how the relations with Turkey maybe needs to be changed or modified to really integrate Turkey in that project. And I would like to begin with you, Mrs. State Secretary, for your inputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then I have other questions which I will declassify later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilge. I'm very honored to be here with you today, and I am pretty sure that your resilience up to these late hours is to be appreciated, so thank you for still being here at this time. I'm Clara Stajciu. I'm State Secretary in charge for European affairs. That means both EU and also bilateral relations with all the European countries and also Middle East and Africa. That's in my past tongue, the Middle East and Africa. And now the speech that I had here and prepared with the support of my colleagues is that the importance of Black Sea region is tremendous for Romania. This is how it starts. As a personal touch, I'm going to tell you that I've been a diplomat for 22 years. And also for 22 years, I've been speaking about the Black Sea, long before it came on the radar of the whole of Europe. And it was not an easy path. So for us, and here my personal input will be finished, for us having this strategic approach is a little bit of a coronation of our efforts for the last 20 years of the Romanian diplomacy together and of the Romanians in general, and also our colleagues in the region, the Bulgarians, and so on and so forth. Now, coming back to my script, as I was saying, this region is of tremendous importance for us and also for Europe as a whole, because the Black Sea can be either a source of conflicts, or it can, as it is now actually, or it can become a reservoir of peace, of stability, and of prosperity, and this is our aim. The Black Sea is, of course, at the border of the European Union, of Russia, and countries under its pressure or directly attacked by Russia are, including Romania, but especially Ukraine, are at its midst. Military hostilities, tensions, hybrid threats have increased greatly, and also instability and obstacles for the European integration of the littoral states are quite substantial. We also have increased insurance costs, and that can be seen as regards transport or economic difficulties. All neighbors of Ukraine have been affected, including Romania, and the consequences are felt in the entire region and beyond. The number of airspace violation has increased, and recent incidents have taken an even more dangerous form in the recent weeks and months in Romania, but not only. But the Black Sea, as I was saying, also has an undeniable value and a great potential as an economic hub and a security hub. And we need to manage the threats and to create the conditions for using its great potential. And now we are at the point where the situation in the Black Sea cannot only be addressed primarily through strategy documents. We need to get to the action. And already we feel that the European Union's ability to act in a coherent and timely way in its immediate neighborhood is being tested. Therefore, the Union has developed this strategic framework with a vision which is very similar, and I would say almost exactly what Romania and the other like-minded countries, and here I'm especially referring to our Bulgarian colleagues and friends, have aimed for. And it has also come at a critical moment. This moment, of course, defined by the Russian aggression, has reshaped the strategic landscape of our region. Now, I won't refer to all the three pillars of the strategy. I am going to focus a little bit more on the first pillar and more specifically on the hub. But I would like to say that first, the strategy has a comprehensive understanding of security, and this is crucial for the future of the region, and also a precondition for the other parts of the other pillars of the strategy that refer mostly to economics and prosperity. Also, this strategic approach contributes to the security and development of the EU members and partners in the region, as well as to the reconstruction, resilience, and long-term security of Ukraine. And even more, I think that it reflects the European path of Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova towards EU integration in enlargement. The central question today, at this very moment, is not longer about the strategic intent. It is about how we can implement it. This is where there is a gap to be filled. We see the evolution of the strategic approach into a fully fledged and fully developed Black Sea strategy as a natural next step. And this requires, in our opinion, three main points of the process. First, to have an effective governance framework. Secondly, to define measurable objectives. And thirdly, very importantly, as Mr. Ilge also mentioned, to ensure that the necessary resources are in place. Now, despite the strong policy support, we continue to still have a fragmentation of situational awareness, limited integration of information flows, and uneven capacity to translate risk awareness into coordinated responses. And of course, this is particularly relevant in the Black Sea, where the challenges from infrastructure vulnerability to hybrid interference to disruptions of connectivity require a structured and shared understanding across institutions and member states. And if I may put it in other words, we have strategies, but not enough tools that connect them to particular action. And of course, the strategic approach is an important political milestone, but its credibility will depend ultimately on whether it generates practical instruments that enhance cooperation, awareness, and resilience. And this is why and how and when Romania and Bulgaria are working intensely on the concept of the Black Sea Maritime Security Hub. I'd like also to be very clear, this is not about having a new structure, because we've heard that argument sometimes. That's not the sake of having a new structure. The idea is to have a functionally useful platform that brings coherence to the existing capabilities. And for both for us and for our Bulgarian colleagues, the process started with a mapping exercise, because what we need to do now is first what we have, what we can put together, and how we can make it all work better in a more coordinated way. The hub that we are working on is conceived as a civilian-led, cooperative and interinstitutional platform, jointly initiated, as I was saying, by Romania and Bulgaria. Its purpose is not very complicated, but it is essential. That is to improve how we collectively understand developments in the maritime domain, how we share relevant information, and how we support timely and informed decision making. This is not an operational command structure, as I was saying. And of course, it does not replace existing EU or NATO mechanisms. What it does, it connects them in a more structured and usable and useful system. In practical terms, the aim is to strengthen maritime situational awareness, to have structured analytical cooperation and early warning based on integrated information flows. Well, you know very well that Romania and Bulgaria are not only EU members, but also not only Black Sea littoral states, but also EU members and also NATO member states. And we have the direct responsibility for the stability and resilience of the region. So our proposal stems from this idea that regional ownership matters. And we are, as I was saying, ready to call it this effort as a contribution to the implementation of the EU's strategic approach. And the idea is to turn this policy into capability. Now, also what we would like to see as a result is to strengthen the EU's ability to act as a single strategic actor in its eastern neighborhood. And this is an added value that we think all the member states can share. Now, you asked about partners. And what we do is to foresee the participation of key regional partners, and I just call them from east to west, not a matter of importance, just geography. Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Turkey, as well as interested EU member states and institutions. I would like here to not to state, but to reiterate our strong interest in the participation of Turkey in the Maritime Security Hub. This is a key element for strengthening a unified regional approach to maritime security, to enhance protection of critical underwater and coastal infrastructure, and to improve interoperability in among Black Sea partners. Also, Ukraine has a strong experience as regards situational awareness, and it relies on the secure maritime routes for its economic recovery, as we all know. So its participation is both necessary, both natural and also necessary. If I'm going towards the end of my contribution, I may say that the EU, in general, there is not a lack of strategies, and neither the EU lacks strategies for the Black Sea. What we need and what the EU needs is the ability to implement them in a coherent and operational way. And this is what we are planning to do with the Black Sea Maritime Security Hub. We stand ready to take our responsibility and, of course, move this initiative forward together with our European partners. And here, if I may contradict you a little bit, you said that France and Germany are not Black Sea states. Well, if we look from the angle of your early involvement and continuous support from the very beacon of this initiative, I may grant you the honorary Black Sea States medal. So we have been supported, and we hope to continue to have the support of both France and Germany, but also other member states in the development of these initiatives. And also, this is also a matter of credibility of the Union in this area, because the credibility is not assessed by looking at the strategies or at the papers, but at the ability to turn them into tools that deliver real impact. One more point, I wouldn't be Romanian if I didn't mention this. This approach must be implemented in a coordination and complementarity with NATO, which plays the key role in deterrence and defense, but also in other relevant areas such as protection of critical infrastructure. You mentioned MFF, which I'm directly handling, so this was a trigger I couldn't resist. Yes, of course, we have to put our money where our mouth is and where our strategic interests are. So therefore, for the next MFF, this is definitely going to be a priority for Romania to actually follow the priorities that we set for ourselves as a union in practical terms and in financial terms, to make sure that they may come to life. Thank you very much for the attention. I hope I was not too long. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jordan Bozilov. I would like to ask you the same to give an input, and maybe you also can a little bit accentuate beyond the maritime security hub. I mean, we have in the European security strategy also the topic of military mobility to be strengthened. Maybe, so your assessment, please, your comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. And let me start by saying that I fully subscribe to what have been stated already by Madam State Secretary. And I also find it kind of very symbolical to have discussion on Black Sea in the Danube hall. I do believe that both regions are connected, and actually we had a very good discussion yesterday. And at some point we shall probably discuss the Danube strategy and the Black Sea strategy, how they interconnect. Let me also say that for Bulgaria and Romania, importance of Black Sea have been always well assessed, and we see our big achievement to have this EU strategic approach, because it showed that Black Sea matters not only for the littoral state but also for Europe as a whole. What is also important that this strategy is a comprehensive one, so it covers almost all important pillars. Of course, naturally, currently, security pillar probably is the most important, as Russia continues waging this war against Ukraine. And most of the issues we have in the Black Sea now stems out from this conflict. So we have to put more attention and effort to help Ukraine coping with this war, and of course provide all necessary tools to Ukraine to sustain. So from this perspective, supporting Ukraine, of course, is a top priority. But we have to bear in mind that even after this war ends, we don't know how and when, most of the issues will still be persisting in the region, and we will have to cope with them. We also have to know that Russia is waging hybrid activities against countries in the region. So from this perspective, it is, of course, very important to build capacities to cope with them. In any case, security issues remain fundamental, and we must focus our efforts on addressing them. And that's why the first pillar of the strategy is security, and the key project is establishment of this maritime security hub. What is important for this hub from my perspective? Key is to make use of all available opportunities in resources mainly Romania and Bulgaria already possess, without creating new structures, let alone international institutions. And I think we had an agreement on this. What is also important is to focus our activities on finding solutions on the current risk threats, but also to try to attract and involve other interested countries and organizations. Strategy itself is primary civilian in nature, as has already been explained, but to implement, we need some capabilities and activities which have or which could be provided by military. So we have to find the right balance here. I know that some military representatives are somehow hesitant to put military activities within the framework of this hub. But again, if we want to have situational awareness, we cannot avoid including some defense capabilities and information providers. Another important issue for the hub is to involve other countries in the implementing the strategy. And of course, I mean European member countries, but also regional countries, particularly Turkey. Turkey possesses most significant capabilities in the Black Sea, as well as substantial capacities for intelligence gathering and information sharing. Equally important is the inclusion of Ukraine in the hub's activities, both as a country capable of making major contribution and as a state towards many of EU policies are directed. On next, it is essential for the Black Sea hub and its structures to maintain close contact with similar initiatives such as Baltic Hub. I do believe that we can learn from each other, share information, resources, and it will be beneficial. Fourth, we have to find ways to cooperate between the Black Sea Hub and existing centers of excellence dedicated to specific issues, such as countering disinformation, strategic communication, protection of critical underwater infrastructure, crisis management, and others. And as it has been stated, Bulgaria and Romania are currently working on a broader concept and structure of the hub. I hope that we'll find answers to some pending issues, but my understanding is that they are minor. It is also essential for the Black Sea Hub and its substructure to maintain close cooperation. Let me. It is of key importance to deliver. I mean, the biggest risk would be for the EU Black Sea strategy non-implementation. So we have to establish this hub. I mean, it can be just a basis, and further to add additional tasks or structures, but we have to make it functional as soon as possible. A key element will be finding workable modalities to integrate Turkey and Ukraine, as I said, into the hub. And I remain optimistic that the upcoming review of the implementation of strategy, I think it will be in June, will provide a positive assessment of the progress achieved so far in the establishment of the Black Sea Hub. I'll stop here.
Yes, thank you very much, Jordan, and thank you very much that you pointed out the balance between the civil dimension and the military means we need to protect, let me say, the workable framework of that hub. And Ambassador Roux, I was already asked or criticized a little bit that Germany and France are not literate states. I meant it really in a very formal sense, because I would like to remind that actually Germany and France, I remember the consultations of governments last year when Friedrich Merz and Emmanuel Macron agreed on working groups to push for projects to enhance and to strengthen implementation of that strategy. So what is the view of France, and maybe how can France flank that implementation of that strategy? What can be the contribution? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Secretary of State, Mr. Vice Minister, Mr. Gervais-Fried, I would like first to thank the NSC and Mr. Scrutaroux for this very nice Black Sea.
He's already with us here.
Yeah, you are. Okay, nice to see you for this meeting. So I'm very happy to be there. I understand that Bucharest is the place to be with this very impressive event, the very big event on defense and security, the B9, the visit of Mr. Zelensky, and I heard the Metallica concert even. So I'm try to be as entertaining, and I'm happy to be there. So the first point, I will have just 3 points. The first one is to underline that the Black Sea region is a high priority for France. And France has appointed an ambassador for the Black Sea in 2023. In 2024, France has designed and adopted a governmental strategy for the Black Sea. So the US has one, and we do already have one. I can see that I was happy to discover this very nice publication. Believe me or not, this is not made by France, nor financed by France, but this is an independent presentation of the recalibration of France in the Black Sea, which demonstrate that this is well understood. During the design of our strategy, we had formal consultations with Romania and as well with the Bulgaria, and we had the pleasure to meet when I was in Sofia for the consultations. And we did take into account the views of the member states, which may be different from the views we have from far away. Why did we make these decisions? Because we have been observing that the threats, a rise in the threats to the Euro-Atlantic security in the Black Sea. Russia's aggressions, especially since 2014, has lastingly weakened the stability in the region, and what we are discussing about is a response. Russia is committed in the long run to a reconquest of the northern Black Sea, disregarding the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of the riparian state, of its neighbors. It is launching hybrid attacks on the EU and especially on the riparian countries of the Black Sea, on the western flank, as well as on the eastern coast of the Black Sea. And facing these threats, our main priority in the Black Sea is to thwart Russian expansionism, first by supporting Ukraine in its effort at war, but also in its effort to reach a robust, just and lasting peace agreement, and it has been our main work in 2025. And secondly, by supporting our allies and partners in the Black Sea who are exposed to the Russian pressure. And please let me remind that the French detachment for the Aigle force in Romania is the biggest detachment of French soldiers abroad now, and this is an investment. My second point is that the EU strategic approach to the Black Sea is important, and that it needs to be actioned, let's say. In April 2024, France did co-sponsor a non-paper made by Romania and Bulgaria, calling the EU to build a strategic approach more comprehensive than the 2008 synergy for the Black Sea. We did participate to the consultation together with Romania, Bulgaria, and other member states organized by the EU institutions for the design of their own strategy. So we did approve this strategy, which was published, this EU strategic approach, which was published in May 2025. It was formally approved by the European Council afterwards. We did participate to the ministerial transregional meeting, which took place in Luxembourg in October 2025. So this is we're speaking about the framework for the implementation of this strategic approach. This is a meeting of all the EU ministers, plus the foreign ministers of the Black Sea region, except Russia, and Georgia was not invited also last year. And then there is another meeting with the ministers of Central Asia. And the plan is to organize this meeting on a yearly basis, and we welcome this idea. So time has come to actionate this strategy, especially the flagship projects defined under each pillar, and especially, firstly, this Black Sea Maritime Security Hub project, which is more urgent. So my third point is just to inform you that France and Germany are working together on the implementation of the EU strategic approach in support to the regional initiatives. And this is very, very important. A French-German working group was created in August 2025. This is one of the many French-German working groups. It was a specific working group on the Black Sea, aiming to contribute to the implementation of the EU strategic approach. This working group has met several times. I was in Berlin. We had meetings in Paris. We even organized together a mission recently to Romania. It was on February, last February, what we call the trilateral meeting. What are the next steps now? So we eagerly await the joint Romanian-Bulgarian concept, and I'm happy to hear that it's in the last round of negotiations and in finalization. We do intend to support this common concept. We consider also that it is important to involve Turkey in the project as much as possible, within the limits collectively defined by the EU, that is the Council conclusion of 2021 and 2024, some, let's say, political conditions. The new candidates to the EU in the region have to be associated as well. That's Moldova, who is not formally, juridically a riparian state, but which will be interested, and Ukraine, of course. It is quite premature to detail publicly what we intend to support and how we intend to support before the common concept is published, of course, because the regional ownership, as you mentioned, is important. But I can just give raise some points. We also consider, as it was raised, that the project has to clearly distinguish what falls under information sharing, that's awareness or early warning, and what falls under the pursuit of action at sea, which will fall under the jurisdiction of each state in its own water, or it could be the MCM Black Sea, or maybe NATO, or maybe the coalition of the willing, depending on the events. I would like to remind that France, to give an example, responding to the invitation of the Marine Commander, is participating to the demining activities led by the MCM Black Sea, not only with observers, but with airplanes for surveillance, with plongeurs démineurs, aidez-moi, that's mine clearance divers. We are grateful for the invitation we are receiving for this event. We notice that this concept or the draft concepts being exchanged deal with significantly different threats in the current of the situation. We have the security of merchant shipping, of course, the security of critical infrastructure. We have the hybrid threats at sea or on land, which we may face for a long time. We have civil security issues, environmental security issues, internal security issues, such as border control or counter-smuggling. So many issues which call for very different responses. So we are ready to work on everything, and we will see that when we have the paper. I've got other points on energy, on freight transport, on the opening of the straits, which is important if we want to act, on financial means also, but I do not want to be too long, and we can raise them afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I will also make another round of questions now, and then we can open for discussion. Mrs. State Secretary, I have a question. I mean, nevertheless, the process, I mean, we heard that Romania and Bulgaria worked intensively about the concept. I think that's very good, that we will have a basis and we will have something on the table. But nevertheless, the process is, we can also say from another perspective, is quite slow. We have still not the clear financial green light for that. So can you imagine initiatives, components, which, for example, also with the help of member states like Germany and France, could be already implemented, not having still, let me say, a full-fledged hub, yes, but already components which will nevertheless be important to have. For example, Jordan Bozhilov mentioned, and I think that is a very good thing, we have it also in Rostock, to include centers of excellence, so institutions who are already collecting data and making monitoring. I simply will mention the Black Sea monitoring group, for example, in Kiev, which makes a great job. So that would be my first question. Can you imagine that we can there be examples to push something, to bring something already? Because you said we need to come from strategy to capabilities. And also a question for me is important when we speak about Ukraine. Will we include also monitoring the shadow fleet, which, by the way, has scaled up its export through the Black Sea since the Baltic Sea is under attack? And also things like the problem with stolen grain, because I think for Ukrainians it will be really important to be not blind, but to have a comprehensive picture. Yes, so for you, so you can take what you prefer.
Well, frankly, I wish you have stayed as a speaker. No, thank you for the questions. Very relevant and also very important in today's very specific situation. The idea to discuss with other centers of excellence has been there from the beginning. Just to give you an example, what we've been working intensely on, and we think that's going to be, is to discuss, for example, what other member states have done in other basins. And here I'm notably thinking about the Baltic Seas, because some, including what you mentioned, shadow fleet, stolen, not the stolen grain, but the shadow fleet, and also protection of maritime infrastructures. These are common to other basins. We are also working and looking at, for example, the experience of the Mediterranean. And here I'm thinking that we are discussing also with the Portuguese, which are far away, but in the same time we have similarities to discuss. Maybe I only had 7 minutes. Therefore, I referred mostly to the hub. But I agree with you, and we are also looking at all possible cooperations, because as I told you, the idea is not to create a structure. The idea is to map what we have and put all the useful resources and come with a, how can I put it, with an output to create a real map of, an informational map of the Black Sea. And here we are not saying no to contributions. And that's why Turkey is important, as colleagues mentioned, and also other states that are not riparian can support with either experience, expertise, or ideas, or whatever kind of contribution. Now, of course, as I was saying, you mentioned the situation in the Black Sea. This is the first step. And what we are doing is to start from something and then build up on it. The idea is to really work. We are working against time, and I think that Ambassador Roux mentioned the review process that is going to take place in a month's time. Well, actually, our hope with our Bulgarian colleagues is that we deliver by then. So when we are talking about being close to the process, to having a common concept, that's close in real terms, a matter of days, we hope, not a matter of weeks or months. So that's why we're focusing a lot of our efforts, or all our efforts for the moment, to have this very soon, not in a longer term. So thank you very much again for your question, and I would also like to, because you had to take on the hat of presenter, but I would very much like to your input, if you are just a speaker, for if I may turn a little bit, maybe you can take 1 minute to give us your view. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much also for the invitation. I will do it at the end of the panel. And thank you for mentioning Portugal. Why? We should not forget that the CO coordinator for the Black Sea, that is a sea area Navarrea 3, is Spain. And Spain is responsible, together with the IMO, for collecting data about exercises and all these things. And I think that could be, and sometimes we do not know what they are really doing. So it could be also, not because they are doing nothing, but because we, in that environment of a full-fledged war, we forget also about our international instruments, yes, about our multilateral instruments, and I think it would be also good to think about that and to speak also with Spain, with the Hydrographic Institute in Cadiz. Jordan, I would like to ask you how we can, for example, I mean, when I look at Turkey, what could be, from your point of view, the added value for Turkey to be integrated in that? Because Turkey is very actively already sharing with NATO very good data. They have a very good database. You already mentioned without these capabilities, it will be also difficult to do some, to make some full-fledged picture. So how we also can integrate Turkey, because Turkey sees itself as some arbitrary nation in the Black Sea, as a guardian of the Black Sea. So is there something we can offer also to make it attractive for Turkey to join? Excuse me, that's a difficult question.
And Turkey sees itself also as a kind of coordinator in the naval domain, if and when forces which will guarantee the peace in Ukraine will be established, which also complicates the picture. But yeah, we believe that Turkey's involvement is of crucial importance, because Turkey has capabilities, plus Turkey has to provide information, crucial information, in order to have a full picture of what is happening in the Black Sea. So I would suggest to think about several possible scenarios of involvement of Turkey. Of course, I am not speaking as deputy minister, although I stepped down last week. So I am independent expert and analyst. So if we take the construction of the security hub as a building blocks, so we can start with key elements like situational awareness, protection of critical maritime infrastructure, hybrid issues, cybersecurity, border security, let's say as a basis. And we can build on that, adding new initiatives. So we can offer Turkey to take responsibility for another initiative which Turkey will perceive importance, and we of course agree on that. The other potential approach would be to reassess all initiatives in the Black Sea, in the framework of EU, in the framework of NATO, or regional initiatives, and see which country could take one or another, and based on that, to involve Turkey in participation in the hub. Of course, this requires a lot of consultation. Of course, this would require approaching Turkey directly. And of course, this would require an agreement of all EU states. Another important issue, it was alluded to before, but I would like to stress on it once again. The hub should be mainly working in the sphere of information assessment, information analysis, and information dissemination without operational functions, so no command and control functions. So this should facilitate, I mean, the spread of work among participating states.
Okay, thank you very much. And my last question to Michel Roux. Michel Roux, France is a framework nation of the NATO battle group in Romania. starting in 2027, Germany will begin to import the gas from the Black Sea, from Romania's offshore fields. And my question is, will France and Germany become more involved in efforts to protect, also to contribute to protect critical energy infrastructure in the Black Sea and to maintain freedom of navigation, including through participation, for example, in the Maritime Security Hub, but also maybe to upgrade current instruments where you are already engaged. I would also like to mention that Germany is now also engaged in the rotation of the air policing, which is also very important for a whole picture. So can you make here a comment, and then I make also a comment on Germany.
Okay, thank you. Just you mentioned the exploitation of gas in the Black Sea. One of the important points of this maritime security hub is to help the riparian country to exploit safely the mineral resources they have in the Black Sea. As to France, we are not interested in digging. In our strategy, we are concentrating on ecological transformation, energy efficiency, and renewables. But we are aware that this is of utmost importance for the energetic sovereignty of the riparian country and of the EU. You mentioned security of freight transport, of maritime security. This is very important, not only for the riparian countries. I've been just returning from Athens, and I can tell you this is very important for Greece also. The food security challenges which surprised everybody in 2022 should not be forgotten also. But we must address this without being naive, and as negotiation on maritime safety could be exploited by Russia to obtain sanction relief or to be in a position to continue to finance its expansion. So we have to be very careful with that. This is all what I can say. And you mentioned about the role of NATO in securing the zone. The question of the opening of the straits will raise sooner or later. So far, the application of the Montreux Convention has helped to avoid escalation in the Black Sea. But this does limit the capacities we may deploy, France and Germany, to contribute to the security, maritime security within the Black Sea. So I had consultations in Ankara, so we raised the point, and we have to see how it will be dealt when a peace treaty or a ceasefire is dealt. The Montreux Convention is speaking of war. The jurists will have to define what war is, but not only the jurists. I think it has to be politically discussed with Ankara also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that is a very important case, what you said at the last, that maybe the hub can be also an intellectual center to work out and spell out how we can react based on the international sea law, because we have best practices in the international sea law. They are working in the peacetime, but very often they do not work in, let me say, grey zone times. Yes, we have that problem with economic zones because you have a restricted possibility to act, and I think there are also still gaps we have to fill, that Russia would not continue a normative transformation of international sea law in the Black Sea. So that could be maybe also something where centers of excellence can come in also, yes, because we need that basis to act. Next point is, when you allow me to leave my position as a classical moderator, I would strengthen the role of Germany as a Danube state. I think we should not forget that very important engineer firms in the lower Bavaria are sitting at the Danube, and they are already working with that waterway. And I think Germany can have an additional role to strengthen initiatives, for example, also in the 3 Seas initiatives, to be a contributor and enabler, actually to integrate Ukraine and Moldova in that Black Sea Danube corridor. I think that would be important. We need very concrete projects. We need not the big, like in the middle corridor, the illusionist big projects. I think we need concrete hubs which have an additional value for transport, for multimodal transport in that region. Name it, for example, modernization of routes between Romania and Ukraine, bridges over the Danube, to diversify also the lanes, the solidarity lanes. It is also about deepening Danube in certain areas also, and also I think to better connect at all the Danube Black Sea region into the Baltic Black Sea Aegean corridor. I think that is also where France and Germany, when it comes to reconstruction for Ukraine, when it comes to bring heavy engineer components from France and Germany to the south of Ukraine, I think actually Germany and France have an interest in having a functional Danube to take that also in the future, to take that burden in the future. And of course, I think it is important that we really support also in security the regional states, yes, that you are not alone. I think you must have the feeling that the responsibility is not alone at your shoulders. And I also think when we look at the geopolitical tendencies, for example, with the US presence, I think we have to seriously, also in the sense of burden sharing, to seriously think about maybe to upgrade also battle groups, air policing already now, to give a signal also to the populations in Bulgaria and Romania that they can rely not only on one partner but on other partners in Europe. That would be my comment. And my last thing is, we very much spoke about the northwestern Black Sea. We should not forget that Black Sea has also another entry into the Caspian Sea through Georgia. And I think we should not forget to leave at the moment, we know with Georgia is very difficult, but we should make also signals to Georgian population, to Georgian pro-European actors that they are welcome in such projects in the future. And maybe there could be also some leverage to build up with the current Georgian government, that if you bring back or if you return fundamental rights and democracy, we speak not about now, okay, we speak not about the new chapters to open in the integration process, but if you want to share in such projects, be it maritime security, be it connectivity, then we are open for discussion what can be done. But you have also to return to very fundamental things about party pluralism, civil society, media freedom, and such things. I think we should also think here not to lose the eastern flank of the Black Sea, because I already mentioned today Ochamchire port, which is being expanded in the Abkhazia. It's a de facto region by Russia, maybe not as a new Novorossiysk, but as, let me say, a watchdog on the entrance to Georgia, and we should not forget about that. Okay, I open for discussion. Thank you very much for being tolerant and patient to us. So please, your questions. Yes, please, Glenn. We are already running out of time, but I will take, if you allow, I take.
I think you can hear me. You mentioned the idea of protection of critical underwater infrastructure in the Black Sea. So how are you envisioning protection of that underwater infrastructure? And have you ever considered, under Montreux Convention, auxiliary hydrographic ships are exempt under the Montreux Convention, and that those ships are used in terms of mapping, security, but in a civilian way?
Okay, is it the question to whom?
Anybody. It was mentioned in that critical underwater infrastructure in the Black Sea is a part of.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
What do you plan to do? I mean, what?
Is there another question? Then I take that question and then we give the speakers. Okay. Then please, who wants to answer?
Romania will be probably a leading nation in protection of critical infrastructure under the framework of the hub. If you would like to say some words, otherwise I can.
You can start.
Yeah. By the way, last true. Last year we had in Sofia a very interesting discussion between governmental officials from Romania and Bulgaria. This discussion was dedicated to protection of critical maritime infrastructure, mainly related to the gas extraction. You have to bear in mind that density of cables is not that high as in the Baltic. There are three actually cables, data cables in the Black Sea. But what Romania is planning to do is build very sophisticated and very important critical gas infrastructure to extract gas from Black Sea and transfer it to European market. So this is the key of key importance. Of course, main responsibility for protection is on Romanian Ministry of Interior, plus OMV, which is the company which is building this infrastructure. And of course, we discussed how to cooperate between Bulgaria and Romania if needed. What is also very important to protect critical infrastructure, we have to have very good information on what is happening undersea, on the sea, and in the air in order to deter potential adversaries. We have to avoid cases of false flag operations, etc., etc., etc. So it is very complex issue, protection of critical infrastructure, but of critical importance for Romania, for Bulgaria, and of course for Europe. Thank you.
If I may add a few words.
Of course.
Thank you for mentioning our discussion. Yes, this is, so first of all, we'll have to see what is now the EU Black Sea strategy and how this, as I was saying, this is going to work together with other initiatives, notably NATO-led initiatives, and you know very well that protection of critical infrastructure is also within NATO's realm of activities. Also, what we are looking at in the same time, and that's not coincidental that I discussed about the cooperation with the Baltic Sea, because this is one area we are looking at. But for the moment, in the first part, what we are going to build, as I say, try to build the situational awareness, to have the informational map of the Black Sea. This is very important, and afterwards it can either develop or feed in with other initiatives and be connected, be it national defense initiatives or internal affairs or regional cooperation. I also would like to add something, because you mentioned the gas in the Black Sea. Indeed, this is a huge project, but also Mr. Roux mentioned renewables. What we are planning to do is also to have in the Black Sea wind capabilities, so offshore wind, to build offshore wind, so hope it's green enough. So this would also add onto the list of both opportunities but also risks, because it's going to be an opportunity to develop and to have an environmental safe development, and at the same time they need to be protected. And also hopefully we'll have in the future more cables to defend in the Black Sea. You know very well that we have some projects even within Romania on one part digital cables, and on the other side green energy cables. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. Thanks the translators, and yeah, have a nice evening and a good rest of a conference. Thank you.